Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are 21 minutes away from race 1 here on a overcast Sunday afternoon. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Here they come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera off.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this Sunday afternoon card. We have a baker's dozen for you this afternoon. Our feature comes up in race number 12 today. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Yes, our feature comes up in the 12th race. It is the preferred one. It's a field of 6. Fernhill General has the pole position for Brody McPhee. Island Beach Boy, another one out of the Weatherby stable. They are drawing the inside here. Posts 1 and 2. Adam Murner will drive Island Beach Boy today. Blood Money leaves from post 3 with Gilles Barrio. Time to Dance and Mark Campbell leave from post 4. They are the morning line choice, and they'll be tough to beat in there coming off that strong second last week. Laugh Again Hanover has been racing well out of the Jason Hughes stable. And congrats to Jason Hughes. If you missed it yesterday, he notched his 2,000th career win during yesterday's program. It was in race 3. He ended up reeling off 4 wins on the day. So congrats to Jason Hughes on that incredible milestone. He's got a shot in there in that feature with Laugh Again Hanover. Middleton Terror rounds out the talented field of 6 coming out of the David Dowling stable. So it's going to be a really great race. Great afternoon of racing up and down the card. A lot of talent going to race here today. But for today's program and equipment changes, we're going to send it up to the man who's going to call all the action, Mr. Vance Cameron. Take it away.
Thank you, Kurt, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 70 of the meeting. Good track conditions. There is a 1-second variant. It's 5 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission today. The senior judge is Mr. Kevin Crowell. The associate judge is Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 2, Hamac Maximus adding earplugs. Also in the second race, scratch number 6, the Mad Dragon. Race 2, scratch number 6, the Mad Dragon. Turning over to race number 3. Scratch number 6, Chickaboom. Third race, scratch the 6th entry, Chickaboom. And you can scratch the show wagering. No show wagering in today's third race. Next change, go to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth race, number 4, Fill the Bank, adding a choke plate. Turning over to race number 6. In the sixth race, Scratch number 6, bold and bad, he will not go. Race 6, scratch number 6, bold and bad, there's no show wagering. No show wagering available in today's 6th race. Turning over to race number 7. 7th race, number 3, Zach the Men, adding cheek rolls. Also in the 7th race, scratch number 6, Talk Some Smack, and scratch number 7, You're My Heartthrob. Race 7, scratches of 6 and 7. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, scratch number 8, Stash It Away. Race 9, scratch number 8, Stash It Away. Final change on today's program is in the final race. That's number 13. In the 13th race, number 6, Big Boy Hill, will go from blind to a Swedish blind bridle. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. Parameter windows open and selling. First race, post time, set for 12:30. That's in 14 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HPI broadcast desk. If you're just joining us, we got a 13-dash program for you today. The feature comes up in race number 12. The track is listed as good with a 1-second variance, so the conditions are pretty nice for racing this time of year. We're going to kick off the aisle pick 5 in race number 1 today, and we're going to take a look at my aisle pick 5 ticket right now. $1,500 guarantee pool with a low 15% takeout. And there's a look at my ticket. I'm sticking to the inside here today. I like the 2 in leg number 1, Pictonian I Am, dropping down in class here, another level to the 1051 class. He shows a nice trip there at the bottom, 53-1, a nice third place finish at that non-winners at 22.51. So after a nice third last week from off the pace, post 7, he's getting a little more class relief, and he draws inside today. And Kenny Murphy's having an incredible season. So I like Pictonian I Am to kick off my aisle pick 5, and 1-5 on the board right now for him. In leg 2, I'm going to go with the 1, Doc Awesome and Corey McPherson. After back-to-back third place finishes, nice trips, 56-2 in his latest. He's going to be tough to beat from post 1. And in that second race, the Mad Dragon from post 6 is scratched. Over in leg number 3, again, I'm going to go stick to the rail. Century Invictus on the rail for Hughes. He had a great day yesterday, and I think he'll have another good one here today. He's got some live mounts out of his own barn and a couple other mounts that I think he could get to the winner's circle. Century Invictus, another one that getting some post relief today. Draws the rail at the 17:01 level. He just got beat by a length and a quarter last week in 57-1, and he did reel off a couple wins in a row at the 12:51 and 15:01 level. Had to bump up to the preferred 2, and then he's slowly coming back down the class ladder. Draws inside today, so he'll be tough to beat there. That's a really nice group in that third race, but I'm sticking to the rail with Century Invictus. And then in Chick Boom is scratched in that third race as well. And then in race number 4, again, I'm going to stick to the rail. Kenny Murphy aboard a Reimer Jimbo, coming off a nice third there in 58 at the 851 level, dropping a level here to the 641 last 5. He's going to be tough to beat from post 1. And then in that final leg, I'm going to go with the 9, the trailer, Road Runner Colony and Jason Hughes, moving into the Kyle Wilkie stable, showing some nice trips at Rito Carlton, 57 and change. 56, they drew post 9 here today, so we'll see who they decide to follow. Maybe follow Zayden's Luck, or maybe Southfield Sandy out of there, and David Dowling from post 3. There is an equipment change there in that 5th race. Fill the Bank, the 4, is adding a choke plate. And so those are the changes in the first 5 races. There's a look at my aisle pick 5 ticket. Post 9 picks going 2-1-1-3-7. Classifier's choice is 2-2-4-3-7. We are about 6 minutes away from race 1. The horses will be making their way out onto the track. Post parade is next.
First race on the track for Post Parade, number 1, Leavin' Bruises, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux Stratford, trained by Wade Myers. Jason Hughes drives. Pictonian IM, number 2, is owned by Robert Phillips of Blues Route 204 and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Robert does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. 3, Mick Dundee, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owns, trains, and drives. 4, Daddy's Eyes, owned by Rachel McDonald of Trenton, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Holmes, driven by Corey McPherson. 5 is IC True Grit, owned by Joey Gallant of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson. David Dowling catch drives. 6 is Popularity, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers. Mark Campbell drives. 7, Stony Curtis, owned by Barbie Affleck of Cornwall, trained by Dina Clough. Brett Clough drives. Number 8, Jester, is owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Adam Werner. Only 2 minutes wagering time in the first race. 2 minutes to post time. Our on-track customers can enjoy second chance draws today after race numbers 7 and 12. Sign the back of your uncashed tickets for some great prizes, plus you get entered to win a $500 gas card that will be drawn on Boxing Day. This is presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association and the Special Events Committee with the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. Kurt Hughes and the top selections coming next.
Okay, down to a minute to go here before the opener on this Sunday afternoon. If you're just joining us, the track is rated 1 second off. As you can see there, it is a little damp, but it's going to be a great afternoon for racing here. We kick it off in race 1 with the non-winners, 1,051 last 5. My top play in here is Pictonian I Am, owned by Robert Phillips and Mark Gallant. Robert Phillips, the trainer. Kenny Murphy doing the driving here today. Kenny's the regular pilot for this guy. He knows him quite well. He's had a pretty nice season, a little over 15,000 made with 3 wins. He rallied from 7th, finished 3rd last week in 57 flat, drops another level here today. He shows a trip at the bottom of his lines in 53 and 1 last quarter, 27 and 3, finishing 3rd up at that tough non-winners at 22, 51 last 5. So this guy is going to be tough to beat from this inside draw. I'll look for Kenny to be pretty aggressive with him here today, 3 to 5. Jason Hughes on board the 1 Leavin' Bruises. As I mentioned, a career milestone for Hughes yesterday, 2,000 wins. He notched it in the 3rd race. Then he reeled off 3 more wins, a 4-win day for him yesterday. He's got some shots here today as well. He's got a shot here from the rail with Leavin' Bruises, coming off that strong 3rd last week with Hughes on board and 159 at the same level from an outside post. As you can see on his lines, he's drawn the outside in his last 5. So moving into post 1 here today, he should get away spotted a little closer than he has been. If you look down his lines, he spotted them 13 2 weeks ago, 10 lengths 3 weeks ago, and even last week, 7 1/4 lengths he was off at the quarter. And so he rallied to be 3rd, like I say, in that last event. So showing some nice final panels. This guy is triactor material for sure, leaving from post 1. 4 to 1 currently. the free-legged Daddy's Eyes, an 8-year-old horse by Mr. Brightside. He's been making his way up the class ladder and handling it quite well. He jumped up to the 851s the last 2 weeks. He rallied to be second 2 weeks ago, leaving from post 7 and then from an inside draw last week from the rail. He came first up and was a strong second again in 159, second behind Howmack Augustus. So Daddy's Eyes moving up the class ladder, handling it quite well. Doesn't mind the rough going. So from post 4, he should get away mid-pack, and I'm expecting another strong performance for him here today in this first race. I went 2-1-4. Long odds on the 4 right now, 21-1. The field for the opener, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Leaving Bruises, Pictonian I Am, Mick Dundee, Daddy's Eyes, I See True Grit. Popularity, Stony Curtis, Jetster. 8 of them across the gate here to open it up. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Pictonian I Am is leaving out. At the rail, Leaving Bruises second. Third one to the turn is Mick Dundee. Coming up fourth on the outside, I See True Grit. Farther out fifth is Popularity. Then racing from 6 is Daddy's Eyes, with Stony Curtis seventh, and the trailer Jetster. Up the backstretch they go, and on the lead, Pictonian I Am for Kenny Murphy. Driving on the outside, Popularity comes to call early and is going to take over the lead as they arrive at the quarter. Popularity will clear for Mark Campbell. Second is Pictonian I Am, and he's gone to the outside, off at 29 and a 1/4 mile as they race midway around the upper turn for the first time, headed back to the lead. Pictonian I Am in at the rail second. That's Popularity third. Leaving Bruises. Racing from fourth is Mick Dundee. Then it's I See True Grit in fifth. 6 is Daddy's Eyes. Stony Curtis is seventh. Jetster 8th. They're halfway home in straight alignment. And on the point, at the midway point, Pictonian I Am, the heavy favorite. Second, that's Popularity, 59. 3 was the half. Racing from third. On the rail, Leaving Bruises. Fourth on the outside is I See True Grit. Outside, Daddy's Eyes. Fifth. Up the rail, 6 is Mick Dundee. Jetster takes over seventh. Now the trailer. Stony Curtis, 3/4 comes next. Pictonian I Am will get him there. Popularity right on his back, second. From the outside for third. That's I See True Grit. The 3/4 went in 1:31 and 1 as they round that turn for the final time. Pictonian I Am an 1/8 of a mile out. Popularity 2 lengths off the leader, second. Leaving Bruises third. I See True Grit is fourth, and down the home stretch they come. Pictonian I Am is about to close it out. In line to Kenny Murphy, it's Pictonian I Am. Popularity held second. Leaving Bruises rallies up for third. And the time of the mile, 2 minutes. Flat.
Well, he was much the best in here in this first race, dropping down in class, drawing inside. Murphy left out really well with him here today. Got to the front, played a little give and go with Popularity and Campbell, who raced well here, getting that nice 2-hole ride, and he ended up finishing second. He raced well, but Pictonian I Am was much the best in here as he draws off down the lane for Kenny Murphy. Leaving Bruises left out alertly as well from the rail and Hughes. They got away in the 3-hole. They finished third here today, so it's a 2-6-1 try unofficially here in race 1 as Pictonian I Am kicks it off with a nice win on the off track in 2 minutes flat.
Pictonian I Am goes to the first race winter circle, pacing Black Elding 5. The son of Western Paradise is off the Better's Delight Dam safety net, owned by Robert Phillips of Blues Route 204 and Mark Allen of Summerside, bred by Tony Zutoff of Pictou, Nova Scotia. Trained by Robert Phillips, driven to victory by Kenny Murphy. Time of the mile in 2 minutes. Pictonian I Am in the afternoon's opener.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the first race, leaving Bruises third, Pictonian I Am the race winner, Mick Dundee finished 6th, Daddy's Eyes was 8th, I See True Grit 5th, Poplar Artie was 2nd, Stony Curtis 4th, Jetster finished 7th, 29-1, 59-3, 131-1, 2 minutes. In review, 316, 852, 47. Pictonian I Am 240. Exactor 1390, Triactor 3090, Superfecta 3211.
HPI players on PEI will be in for another promotion this December, and you can spend $25 or more on Red Shores and receive 3% cash back, plus a chance to win a $500 account bonus at the end of the month. And wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Go to hbibet.com.
Doc Awesome on the second race post parade, owned by Alan Goody and Mike Cameron of Summerside, trained by Dwayne McCachran, Corey McPherson driving. Owned by Brett McDonald of Freelton, Ontario, trained by Tammy Collings. Jill Barrio drives. 2 is Hamac Maximus. 3, Nolan's Magic Sway, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Melissa does the training and driven by Adam Murner. Catch the Spark 4 is owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Mark Campbell. 5, Luckiest Man Alive, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. The trainer-driver is Mike McGuigan. 6, The Mad Dragon is scratched. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 2. This is Race Day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Three-way from race 2. It was a chalky result in race number 1. Could be another chalky result here with the 1. Doc Awesome currently 3-4 on the board. Coming off back-to-back third-place finishes, though. He has earned the respect at the windows here today. Off that second last trip, 57, 28, 4 final panel. And then last week, a nice third and against some nice horses like Cabot Beach and House Edge Hanover. Nice trip, 56 and 2, 29 and 1. Closing quarter. Well, he's not in with those 2 guys here today, and so that makes him my top play here. And looks like everyone else is on board the 1 as well. Doc Awesome. He should get a good trip from post 1 up close to the front, and gets the talented Corey McPherson at the helm. So Doc Awesome currently 4-5. There's not a lot of gate speed in here, so I'm looking for Doc Awesome to push out from the rail and secure a spot up close to the lead. There are a couple levers in here. We are scratched down to a field of 5. The Mad Dragon is scratched, but the 4 and 5, Catch the Spark and Mark Campbell, I'm sure they'll be gunning out of there. Another horse that might be leaving out is Luckiest Man Alive. He's really good gate speed. He had a tough outing last time. He kind of took a rough trip last time out, parked the entire mile, got obviously tired late in that mile, so we'll throw that one out. He's been good since arriving here on the island. He was a winner 4 back on the front in 58 on a good track. A winner 2 starts prior to that from post 7. He didn't see the wood until late in the mile. Still won that race in 56 flat. But off that tough outing last week, I'll look for McGuigan to maybe push out and try and find a spot up close to the lead with this guy here today. He's, like I say, shown a lot of talent since arriving here on the island, so luckiest man alive deserves a look in here at 2-1. How Maximus leaves from post 2. Should get a good trip in here up close to the lead. How Maximus left from post 2 last week. Got a nice trip there sitting in the 2-hole, half 57-1. Ended up finishing 4th, beat 2 1/4. Race timed in 56-3. Had a nice second place finish at the 6:01 level, 2 back, but in that tough winners of 3, not more than 5 races last week, he put together a pretty nice showing for himself. So off that trip, making his 3rd start here in 2023. Still looking for win number 1. You never know, he could get it done here in this compact field of 5. 4-5 currently. He is getting the slight choice here on the board. The 6 is scratched, so the 5 starters are rolling up in behind. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for race number 2. Upstairs to the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Doc Awesome, Hamac Maximus, Nolan's Magic Sway, Catch the Spark, Luckiest Man Alive, scratch down to a field of 5. They're on the gate here in the 2nd, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Catch the Spark leaves out. Doc Awesome along the rail. Between them is Hamac Maximus 3rd. Then 4th at the rail, Nolan's Magic Way, and Luckiest Man Alive will trail this field at the 8th pole. Straightening up the backstretch, led by Doc Awesome for Corey McPherson. Tucked away 2nd along the rail, that's Hamac Maximus. Up into 3rd is Nolan's Magic Sway. Now Catch the Spark has gone to Plan B, backed up to 4th and trailing the field. That's Luckiest Man Alive. On by the first quarter mile, and Doc Awesome, the fraction center, 29-2. Open this one up. 2nd is Hamac Maximus, racing from 3rd. Nolan's Magic Sway. 4th, Catch the Spark. Trailing 5th, Luckiest Man Alive. They're in programmed order as they move towards the opening half mile, and Doc Awesome will be the midway point leader. Hamac Maximus, the textbook 2-hole ride, racing 3rd. Nolan's Magic Sway. There goes Luckiest Man Alive now. Underway 4th, trailing the field. Catch the Spark, 59-2 was the half mile. They move round that paddock turn, chasing Doc Awesome over to the 5/8 pole. Hamac Maximus is 2 lengths off the leader. From the outside 3rd, Luckiest Man Alive. 4th is Nolan's Magic Sway. Catch the Spark trails the field, the 3/4 up next. Doc Awesome still there. From the outside, Luckiest Man Alive right there in the pocket. Hamac Maximus 3rd, Nolan's Magic Sway 4th. Catch the Spark 5th. 3/4 dripped in 1:29-1. They're an 1/8 of a mile out. And Doc Awesome trying to take them all the way. Luckiest Man Alive, Hamac Maximus. Nolan's Magic Sway way wide. Deep stretch now. 4 of them across the track. Hamac Maximus. Doc Awesome all the way for Corey McPherson. Second is Almac Maximus, luckiest man alive. Third, time for the mile in 1:59 flat.
Well, the 4 Catch the Spark and the 5 Luckiest Man Alive pushed out early there, but had to go to Plan B as Doc Awesome and McPherson got the respect off the rail. They had to go to Plan B. They took back. Doc Awesome was left alone on the front, 29-2, half 59-2, 129 and 1. Another first over effort here from Lucky's Man Alive, who raced great here from McGuigan off the pocket trip. Barrio sitting in the 2 hole with the 2 Hamac Maximus. They're going to make their way up the pass lane, take their shot down the lane, but not enough as Doc Awesome fends off the challenges on both sides to get it done. He's in the middle there, and he's going to land on the line first. Doc Awesome gets it done in 1:59. Nice trip on the off track.
Doc Awesome arriving at the second race winner's circle by pacing gelding 3 by All Bets Off from the McCardle Dam. Mac Awesome, owned by Alan Goody and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Bred by Steve Taylor of Kitchener, Ontario. Trained by Dwayne McCachran. Corey McPherson put him on top at every call. The colt picks up his 5th lifetime victory today. The mile 1:59. Doc Awesome in the second. Now the official results from race 2. Doc Awesome the winner. Hamac Maximus second. Nolan's Magic's Way fourth. Catch the Spark fifth. Luckiest Man Alive third. The Mad Dragon was scratched. They went 29-2, 59-2, 129-1, and the time of the mile 1:59. In review 1-2-4, 5-3 scratch. Doc Awesome paid $420. The Exactor $790, Triactor $1790. Superfecta $450, Early Daily Double $940.
The Atlanta Classic sale would like to remind buyers who purchased yearlings in the 2023 sale that the horses have been released for transfer with Standardbred Canada. So please contact Joy Power in the race office or Standardbred Canada directly to ensure that you have the correct ownership listed on the yearling you purchased at the sale. And buyers have until January 6, 2024 to do so without incurring any additional transfer fees. Eight away from race number 3. The 6 Chickaboom is scratched. There's no show wagering. So win place, exactor, superfecta tractor wagering in the wild horses tag still available. I'm going to go with a 1-2-4 in here. I like Century Invictus on the rail. Hasn't won in about 6 weeks, so this guy is overdue. He's put together some pretty nice miles, and he's getting another crack at the 1701 level from the rail, so I like him on top. 1-2-4 post time picks, 1-5-2 classifier's choice, 4-5-1 in this third race. Post parade is next.
On the third race, post parade, Century Invictus won on by John Collings of Brudenell. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 2 Usurper over the Next Generation Stable Stratford. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer driver. Adam Murner drives. David O'Brien trains. Debbie Element of Village Green owns 3 Moonrider. 4 J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Land of Summerside. Trademark Ricky Armstrong. Kenny Murphy drives. 5 Melanie's Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 6 Chickaboom is scratched, and there's no show wagering on the third race. The Holiday Homestretch, a new simulcast promotion at Red Shores, Summerside, and Charlottetown, is underway. Details in our simulcast locations.
And we also have the Stuff the Starting Gate. The Red Shores holiday promotion is underway next weekend. Stuff the Starting Gate with toys and gifts for the Toys for Tots campaign with Ocean 100. And you can put your gift in the starting gate, which will be parked in the main entrance next Saturday and Sunday. So when you make a donation, you will receive a buy one, get one half price lunch buffet to be redeemed next month. Stuff the Starting Gate for Toys for Tots next Saturday and Sunday. 3 away from race 3. Now winners of 1701 last 5. Just a reminder, there's no show wagering here as we are scratched down to a field of 5. Chickaboom, the 6, will not go today. So scratched down to a field of 5. My top plays, Century Invictus leaves from post 1 here today. John Collins of Brudenell is the owner. Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver. This guy doesn't have a ton of gate speed, but when he draws inside, he really can hold his own. And at the 1701 level here this week, I think Jason's going to be pretty aggressive with him off the rail. If you look down his lines, he does show on the front at the 1251 level there from post 5. He got it done on the front 56-4. Followed it up the very next week from post 9. He made his way to the front late in the mile on that day as he sat 3 for most of that mile. And that was again at the 1501 level, but he was an easy winner in 56-2. Jumped up to the preferred 2 where he finished a strong 4th, and then he's slowly made his way back down the class ladder here. And like I say, he's getting another crack at this class. Going to be tough to beat from the rail, I think. He doesn't have a ton of gate speed, but he should be able to push out and control things. 8-5 currently. I think this guy will be a major factor in this race. The free-legged Usurper, owned by the Next Generation stable of Stratford, leaving from post 2 here out of the Kenny Arsenault stable. He was a winner from post 2 at the 1051 class 2 weeks ago, right on the front end, an easy winner, 56-1. So he jumps back up in class, but he does have that good early speed. So we'll see what Arsenault decides to do. I do like betting free-legged horses, especially when the track is off. They seem to handle it a little better than the horses with the hobbles on. So playing that angle with this guy here today, and he's drawn an inside post. So it's not a huge reach for him anyway. Five-time winner from 24 starts in that mark of 54-4 taken earlier this summer. Usurper, post 2, 7-2. Nice price. J.J. Patrick coming into this one back-to-back wins, in for the price again this week, same level. He had post 9 2 weeks ago, got a nice 2-hole ride. He was a winner at long odds, 66-1. He followed it up the very next week from post 1, again, another 2-hole ride. He got it done, 57 again, and this time he was at a much shorter price, a little over 2-1 on the board. So he moves out a few spots here, post 4. We'll see what kind of trip they work out here today. If he can again get another pocket ride, you never know, he could get it done. I just think there's some inside speed, and he's going to have to do it from a little further back here today. That's why I put him for 3rd on my ticket. I went 1-2-4 in here, 3-1 currently on J.J. Patrick. Countdown clock is in here for race 3. It is ticking away, and the field is beginning to roll up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Scratch down to a field of 5 in the 3rd with Century Invictus, Usurper, Moonrider, J.J. Patrick, Melanie's Magic. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Century Invictus will lead them out to the turn. Usurper 2nd, Moonrider 3rd, J.J. Patrick 4th, and Melanie's Magic. So this compact field in programmed order early. Century Invictus for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes will lead them to the quarter. Usurper is 2nd, racing 3rd. Moonrider, fourth on the cones. That is J.J. Patrick, and trailing the field is Melanie's Magic in fifth on straight alignment as the first quarter mile, and Century Invictus was sent off as the post-time favorite at even money, went 29-1 to open this one up. In the two-hole Usurper, Moonrider third, J.J. Patrick fourth, trailing fifth is Melanie's Magic. No movement as they race down the stretch, approaching the opening half mile, and off stride Usurper went on the run. Approaching the half-mile, Century Invictus has his own way up front. Second is Moonrider, J.J. Patrick third. Fourth is Melanie's Magic, back down facing the trailer fifth. Usurper, the half-mile in 1:01.1. The Blue Knights shut her down in the second quarter, 32 seconds flat. As they arrive at the 5-8, Century Invictus leads it. Moonrider is second. There goes Melanie's Magic. On the move to take over third, J.J. Patrick fourth, Usurper trailing the field. The three-quarters the next station, Century Invictus is getting them there, but run alongside. The leader is Melanie's Magic. Third is Moonrider. J.J. Patrick is there fourth, and Usurper fifth. The three-quarters in 1:32.1. They start to pick them up, and they start to put them down now, and they're homeward bound. Century Invictus at the rail. Melanie's Magic on the outside. Moonrider comes up the rail. Deep stretch. Now set the camera up. Here's the veteran, Moonrider for Murner. Then Century Invictus and Melanie's Magic. 2 minutes, 3/5.
Well, let's make it win number 45 for the veteran Moonrider as he inherited the two-hole. A break Usurper in the two-hole there at 3/8 as Century Invictus got to the front early from the rail, got all the respect off the wings, 29-1. And then that middle half of 1:03, Century Invictus tried to outsprint them down the stretch, but no, Moonrider's going to sneak up the inside here for Murner and get it all. Nice closing quarter here. Closing quarter in the race, 28-2. Moonrider's had to be a little better than that as he was sitting in the two-hole there. Nice effort picking up win number 45. Time of the mile, 2 minutes, 3/5. Century Invictus raced well here for the deuce, and the 5 Melanie's Magic made that first over brush late in the mile. They're going to have to settle for the show dough, so it's a 3:15 unofficially here in the third.
Moonrider in the third race winner's circle by pacing Stallion 11 by Sports Rider off the Rustler Hanover Dam. Carolina Moon owned by Debbie Element of Village Green. Bred by David Heffering of Ontario. Trained by David O'Brien. Adam Murner guides the veteran pacer to his 45th lifetime victory today and the longest shot on the board to boot. Time of the mile in 2 minutes. 3/5. Moonrider upsets the third. Now the official results from the third. Century Invictus was second, Usurper fifth. Moonrider the winner. J.J. Patrick fourth. Melanie's Magic third. Chickaboom was scratched, fractions of 29 and 1, 101 and 1, 132 and 1, and the mile 2 minutes and 3/5. From the top, 251, 4-3 scratch. Moonrider paid $22.90 to win. The exactor $66.70, triactor $156, and the superfecta was $27.50.
Congratulations to Tyler Wilkie, winner of the 2023 Atlantic Dream Stable competition. And this was a fundraiser for the IWK and a great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community. And a check presentation was made to the IWK for $2,640. And taking part in the presentation was Zach Conway from the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, Tyler Wilkie, the 2023 Atlantic Dream Stable winner, Barbie Holland, relationship manager for IWK, and Diane Stewart, representative for the title sponsor, Phillips Agri Services. And the Atlantic Dream Stable was proudly presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association and sponsored by Phillips Agri Services, your local supplier for quality horse feeds and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and SureGain Horse Feed. And to view the final standings, visit atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com. Great pay in that third race with Moonrider sneaking up the rail, getting it done at 10-1. Nice try, too. 315 paying $156. On to race 4. We are 8 away from post time. There's a look at the picks. I like a 164. Post time picks going 314. Classifier's choice 341. I'm sticking to the rail with Reimar, Jimbo, and Kenny Murphy. I think they can get it done here as they drop another level, get another shot from the rail. They did the rail last week and finished a good third and 58 in behind Elroy Shiner and Luigi Bizzacco. So Reimar, Jimbo, my top play here at 8-5.
Fourth race on the track for the post parade, Weimar Jimbo number 1, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. Two Buddies and Virgins, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl training and driving. 3 Affair Somewheres, owned by Evan Ford of Charlottetown, trained by Bo Ford, Mark Campbell. Winsong Quincy 4s, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Miles Heffernan drives. 5 Roland Doubles, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Jill's Burial. JK Express number 6, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jarrett Perot, today David Dowling. Brookdale Gym number 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes wagering time in the 4th. Gold Cup and Saucer 65 is slated for Saturday, August 17th, here at Red Shores, Charlottetown, with the new post time at 6 o'clock.
Three-way from race 4, the 4th race on the track. No winners is 641. Last 5. Kenny Murphy kicked things off this afternoon with a class-dropping victory aboard Pictonian I Am in race number 1. He has another shot here with another class dropper, and that's Weimar Jimbo, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart. Eric Doucette. Eric's the trainer, and Kenny Murphy, like I say, is doing the driving. Coming off on a strong 3rd place finish last week in 58 at the 851 level. As you can see on his lines, he's been racing all the way up to the 1711 class there. 6 starts back. He was a winner from the rail. A little give and go early, got to the front at that 1051 level back on October 14th. 57-1 was the winning time for Weimar Jimbo on that day. I'm looking for another aggressive drive from the rail here on the drop-in class. Weimar Jimbo could go all the way at 3-2. Another class dropper is the 6 JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford. Jared Perot, the trainer. David Dowling doing the driving here today. Adam Murna's been in the seat the last 2. He finished outside the money in those last 2 starts. He won on the drop-in class way down at the bottom at the 351 level. Followed that up with a strong 2nd at the 1051 level. 6 starts back, and then even 4 starts back, a strong 2nd from an inside draw at the 1251 level. So down at the 641 last 5. I'm looking for Dowling to work out a 2nd over trip for JK Express. He has a really strong burst of speed for a piece of a mile. So if Dowling uses that at the right time, late in the mile, this guy will be close at the wire. Nice price on him at 4-1. And class droppers are the theme of my ticket here in this 4th race. I threw in the 4 Winsong Quincy. Miles Heffernan doing the driving here for trainer Thane Arsenault. Thane shares ownership with Jackie Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell. 6-year-old gelding by Sports Writer, a 2-time winner from 28 starts this year. He's been racing up against a much tougher group. He had post 8, 3 starts back. He rallied to finish 3rd on that day at that 1051 level. He's drawn outside the next 2 starts as well. So he moves into post 4 here. He'll get an aggressive drive, I'm sure, from Heffernan. Doesn't have a ton of gate speed, so he's going to have to rough it first up maybe here today. Winsong Quincy, worth a look right now. He is the current choice at 3-2 on the board.
Minor delay here in the start. 7, Brookdale Jim's back in the paddock for the equipment adjustment.
The starters for the 4th are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Weimar Jimbo, Buddies and Virgins, Affair Somewhere. Winsong Quincy, Rolling Doubles. JK Express, Brookdale Jim is outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Winsong Quincy, the first one out. Weimar Jimbo on the rail second. Third one to the turn is Roland's Doubles. Fourth up the rail is Buddies and Virgins. Up fifth from the outside is JK Express. Away 6 is Affair Somewhere. And the trailer, that's Brookdale Jim 7th. Up the back stretch, and here comes Weimar Jimbo to take the lead in line to Kenny Murphy. Second up the rail, that's Winsong Quincy. Racing from third, Roland Doubles. Fourth, that's Buddies and Virgins. Dropped in to be fifth is JK Express. Affair Somewhere is 6th. Trailing 7th, that is Brookdale Jim. 29 and a 1 was the first quarter as they rounded up her turn. Arriving up to 3/8 led by Weimar Jimbo. In the 2-hole, that is Winsong Quincy coming out of the turn third. A Roland Doubles. Fourth on the cones is Buddies and Virgins. There goes Affair Somewhere. Underway in the outside fifth. Now 6 up the rail, JK Express. Brookdale Jim on the outside 7th. Halfway home in the 4th, led by Weimar Jimbo. The midway point time, 59 seconds flat. Onward they go. The next station is the 5/8, and Weimar Jimbo to get him there. Second is Winsong Quincy. Affair Somewhere picks up third on the outside. Fourth up the rail, Roland Doubles. Brookdale Jim is taken over fifth. Buddies and Virgin 6th on the outside 7th. JK Express, the 3/4, will have a new leader. From the outside, Affair Somewhere has taken over and now clear. Second is Weimar Jimbo. Brookdale Jim between them third. That's JK Express coming 3 wide fourth. 3/4 and 90 seconds flat. They turn for home, and Affair Somewhere's got a sizable lead down the home stretch. Now JK Express takes over second. Third is Brookdale Jim. Roland Doubles. Affair Somewhere all alone for Mark Campbell. Second, that'll go to JK Express. Roland Doubles rallies up third. 1:59.2.
Well, this guy's been too inconsistent for me to play here today, but what a dominant performance. He rallied from post 9 by 13 at the quarter last week. He rallied to be second, just beat a half a length at the 6:01 level. Similar level here today. Campbell was really aggressive with him. Coming first up, he clears up past 3/4 to the lead, 3/4 and 130. Going to let him out a notch around the last turn, and he closes it out here on the off track, 29-2 for an impressive victory. Affair Somewhere and Campbell get it done in the fourth. Nice trip, 159-2 as he picks up his third win on the season.
Affair Somewhere to the fourth race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Gelding, he's 4 by Lion Somewhere off the Western Terror Dam. Notable Beauty, owned by Evan Ford of Charlottetown, bred by Elizabeth and Alan Fair of Ontario. Trained by Bo Ford and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. The time of the mile in 159-2. Affair Somewhere in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by All-Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All-Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the fourth race. Weimar Jimbo fourth, Buddies and Virgin seventh. Affair Somewhere the winner. Winsong Quincy sixth. Roland Doubles third. JK Express was second. Brookdale Jim finished fifth. They went 29-1, 59, 130, and the mile 159-2. In review 4-7-1, 6-3, 2-5. Affair Somewhere 540 to win. Exactor $25, Triactor $70.60, and the superfecta was $25.46.
Customers at Red Shores Summerside who wager $20 or more on Red Shores Charlottetown live racing will receive a buy one, get one coupon plus an individual nacho platter coupon, and this is for the West End Bar and Grill. This promotion will run on live racing dates during the months of December and January in the special O'Brien's race program on February 2nd. This is an exclusive Red Shores Summerside offer only.
Fifth race on the track for the parade, featuring the Super High Five. Pineapple Express number 1 is owned and trained by Willie McKay, but Albert and Corey McPherson driving. 2 Zayden's Luck, owned by Gary Polton and Dewar Burho of Charlottetown. Gary is the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. Southfield Sandy 3, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown. David Dowling training and driving. Fill the Bank 4 is owned by Lenny, Matty, and Liam Myers of Stratford. Lenny does the training, and the drive goes to Mark Campbell. 5 is Hemingway, owned by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown and Abby Clough of Cornwall. Melissa does the training and driven by Adam Murner. Rocky Road Slim Jim number 6, owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Blues Route 204. Today, Jill's Barrier. 1 Rock number 7, owned by J.D. Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Brody McPhee. Hardy Mill Joe number 8, owned by the Hardy Mill Stable of Bedford, Nova Scotia, trained by Todd Walsh, Miles Heffernan. 9 is a Roadrunner Colony, owned by Tyler Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Jason Hughes. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 5, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of the afternoon, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm on to the 7. That's 1 Rock. He's dropped down to our bottom condition in this class today. Shows lots of those 57 and change miles off track today. They're not going to go there, but I like him. I like his chances in here right now at 2-1. Going to go to the 2, Zayden's Look. Look to get him a good trip for Kenny Murphy. Then I like the 4, Fill the Bank. He's dropping down. Going to go to the 5, Hemingway. Don't know much about the 9, but I've got him in my super high 5 to close it out. I got 7, 2, 4, 5, 9. Kurt, your choices.
I don't know much about the 9 either, but I'm putting him on top of my ticket here, Vance. I just like him coming in from Rito Carlton into the Kyle Wilkie stable. Jason getting the call here. Jason's having a great weekend, coming off that career day yesterday with that milestone victory. So I like him on top. I do like your top choice, the 7, One Rock on the drop in class. He's going to be really tough to beat in here. Brody McPhee getting the call here today. In the 4, I do like Fill the Bank. He's adding a choke plate. Mark Campbell on board here. He should get an aggressive drive and be in the mix, especially at this level. And so I like Fill the Bank as well. I like the 5, Hemingway. He's been rock solid at this level in his last 6, so I'll look for that to continue here today. And I'm going to close it out with Zayden's Luck and Kenny Murphy. So I'm going 9, 7, 4, 5, 2. Vance Cameron, we all like the similar horses, a little shuffled up, a little different order. Vance Cameron going to go 7, 2, 4, 5, 9. Good luck with your super high 5s here in the 5th. The first of 2 super high 5s right here in race 5 as the starters line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for the 5th. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Pineapple Express, Satan's Luck, Southfield, Sandy, Fill the Bank, Hemingway, Rocky Road, Slim Jim, One Rock, and Hardy Mill Joe up front. The trailer is Road Runner Colony, top of the stretch. Here they come. off and pacing. First one out is Southfield Sandy. Pineapple Express along the rail. Third one to the turn. Zayden's Luck from the outside. Fourth, that is Fill the Bank. Up fifth up the rail, that is Roadrunner Colony. From the outside, one Rocco 6. Hemingway is seventh. Then eighth, Rocky Road Slim Jim. And trailing ninth is Hardy Mill Joel on the backstretch. Going to the opening quarter on the outside. Southfield Sandy, the leader. Pineapple Express took him right on over to the quarter. Third up the rail is Zayden's Luck, racing from fourth. That's Fill the Bank. Then in fifth is Roadrunner Colony. The quarter went 28 and 2. And our bottom conditions arrive at 3-8. Southfield Sandy wanting a breather. He's not going to get it because they're coming at him now. From the outside and racing second is Fill the Bank. Third up the rail, Pineapple Express. Fourth on the outside, Roadrunner Colony. Moving up fifth is One Rock. Zayden's Luck at the rail. He is sixth. Then on the outside, Hemingway seventh. Eighth is Rocky Road Slim Jim. And on the outside, Hardy Mill Joe is ninth. 59 seconds flat the half. Southfield Sandy still there at 5-8. From the outside, Fill the Bank. On the rail, Pineapple Express. 3 wide. There goes Roadrunner Colony coming fourth. Racing fifth on the outside. One Rock up the rail, 6. Zayden's Luck. 7th between horses, Hemingway. Then in 8th, Rocky Road Slim Jim. Hardy Mill Joe is 9th. They go by 3/4. Roadrunner Colony takes over late. 3/4 in 1:30 and 1. Approaching the 7/8. Roadrunner Colony towards the inside. Fill the Bank. Coming up third from the outside as they race down the stretch. Headed home, and that is Roadrunner Colony and the Blue Knight. They're almost there. One Rock and Hemingway. Roadrunner Colony in his Charlottetown debut wins for the Blue Knight News. Hemingway second, One Rock third, 2-0, 1-1.
Oh, the super high five was looking good there at the top of the stretch, but it fell apart late in the stretch as Hemingway raced good from off the pace here. He's going to rally for second, but a nice dreamy second over trip following Fill the Bank. That is the 9 Roadrunner Colony. Hughes gave him a perfect drive here. They're going to tip 3 wide up the backside off that hot opening pace of half of 59. Roadrunner Colony and Hughes are going to swoop up to the front, and they're going to hang on for the victory here in 2-0-1 and 1. As I mentioned, Hemingway a strong closing second there for Myrna. The 7 race well here. One Rock finishing third. The 4 Fill the Bank will finish fourth, and Zayden's Luck will finish fifth in here. But Road Run Colony wins in his debut here in Charlottetown.
Roadrunner Colony arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Bay pacing down to 11 by Art Colony from the Big Towner Dam. Sweetie Gonzalez, owned by Tyler Wilkie of Stratford. Bred by Annalise Horn from Campbellcroft, Ontario. Trained by Kyle Wilkie. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, having a weekend to remember, gets the winning drive. 2-0-1 and 1 on the veteran pacer. Roadrunner Colony wins his Charlottetown debut. Now the official results in race 5, Pineapple Express was 7th, Zayden's Luck 5th, Southfield Sandy 9th, Fill the Bank 4th, Hemingway was 2nd, Rocky Road Slim Jim 6th, One Rock finished 3rd, Hardy Mill Joe was 8th, Roadrunner Colony was the race winner, fractions of 28 and 2, 59, 130 and 1, and the mile 201 and 1. In review, 759, 426, 381. Roadrunner Colony paid $880 to win. The Exactor $32.60, Triactor $266.40, Super High Five $51.16.
The Pick Your Present promotion is underway at Red Shores Summerside. Customers can fill out ballots for a chance to win great prizes, including a 65-inch LG TV, a Milwaukee cordless tool kit, and 3 gift card packages. Prize draws will take place on December 22nd at Red Shores Summerside. Race 6 coming up next. We are about 7 minutes away from post time. There's a look at our top plays in here. I'm going to go 5-4-1 post time picks. Also looks at 5-4-1 classifier's choice. 4-5-1. And in this 6 race, the 6 is scratched. Also, no show wagering in this 6th race as well, so keep that in mind as you're playing your wagers. Here in this 6th race, post parade will be next.
Ashes to Ashes on the sixth race post parade on Belinda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone, trained by Ron Matheson, Jules Barrio driving. Luigi Bizzacco, number 2, is owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington, trained and driven by Stephen Murphy. Solid Silver 3, owned by Donald Beaton of Port Hood, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacey Dara, Adam Murner. For the Devil's Cash, owned by Doug Beckwith from 2nd North River, New Brunswick, trained by Lenny Myers, Mark Campbell driving. 5 Spack Jarrows, owned by Mike Slanda from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Corey McPherson. Number 6, Bold and Bad, has been scratched, and there's no show wagering on race number 6. It's the start of the on-track pick 5. Ballots must be in before the start of this race. Kurt also has some details on the second chance draws taking place today.
That's right, Vance. Customers on track can enjoy second chance draws today after races 7 and race 12. Sign the back of your uncashed tickets for some great prizes. Plus, you get entered to win a $500 gas card that will be drawn on Boxing Day. And this is presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association and the Special Events Committee with the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. Also want to tell you about the $50,000 winning Wonderland. The $50,000 winning Wonderland is underway at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Rewards Club players can swipe their card at the promotional kiosk located at the entrance of the casino for a chance to win various prizes, including $50,000 in cash, dining vouchers, and an evening at Red Shores and more. So to become a Rewards Club member, visit our website at Redshores.ca. Race 6 is on track, 3 away from post time. Now winners 12:51, last 5. Bold and Bad is scratched. The 6 will not go. There is also no show wagering. I'm going to land on the 5 here. Spack Jarrow for my top pick. Mike Slana is the owner. Brader and Raymond White is the trainer. Corey McPherson getting the call here today. Corey was in the seat for this guy's last win, which was an off-the-pace victory. He was a big 3-wide blast up the backstretch, and he got up for the win by 3/4 of a length in 56 and 3, and that was at this identical level. He jumped up in class, raced fairly well up in class, now drops back down, coming in off a scratch, so we'll see how that plays out here with his conditioning. But I think late in the year, a 7-year-old, they don't need a lot of work, so I'll look for Spack Jarrow to get it done here in the 6th race, 2-1 currently. This guy's going to be really tough to beat here today. He's been racing great since coming to Charlottetown. He had a nice win there, 3-back. That's the Devil's Cash, 56 and 2, a winner, 3-back. Followed it up with a nice rally, finishing 4th from post 8. How about that sharp closing quarter? 27 and 3 for a mile of 56 and 4. He followed it up the very next week, which was his last start, with a gutsy first over effort, just fading late, getting collared late by cheeky play, but a nice effort in 56 and 2. Mark Campbell on board for owners Doug Beckwith of 2nd North River, New Brunswick. This is a nice looking 3-year-old son of Fearless Diablo. The Devil's Cash, currently the chalk at 2-5. Okay, I think we're going to get a power drive from Mark Campbell here in the Devil's Cash. Ashes to Ashes. I like this guy to round out my ticket. I think he's going to push out from the rail to try and secure an up close to the lead spot here. He's a classy old veteran, now 9 years old, looking for win number 28 of his career. He rallied to be 4th last week, 57 and 3, coming out of the Ron Matheson stable. Gilles Barrio on board here today. He's a regular pilot, and he knows this guy quite well, and he knows he has good gate speed, so I'll look for Ashes to Ashes to sit in the top 3 here. I like him to round out my ticket, but I wouldn't be surprised if he moved up the ticket here. He's just a nice old horse, and a nice price there if you don't want to play the 4. 7-2 currently on Ashes to Ashes. The starters for the 6th lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Ashes to Ashes, Luigi Bizzacco. Solid Silver, the Devil's Cash. Spack Jarrow scratched down to a field of 5 here in the 6th, top of the stretch. Sixth race, all lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Solid Silver leads out. Ashes to Ashes on the rails. They're outside the Devil's Cash. Luigi Bizzacco to the turn 4th. And the trailer, that'll be Spack Jarrow. As they arrive at the 8th pole, Solid Silver for Adam Murner leads it. To his outside, coming to call in the early going, the Devil's Cash as the heavy favorite. Campbell is going to put him on the front. Second is Solid Silver. Ashes to Ashes third. Luigi Bizzacco 4th. Trailing the field, that is Spack Jarrow in 5th. On by the first quarter mile, clearing the lead was the Devil's Cash in 29 seconds. Opened it up. Second is Solid Silver, racing from 3rd. Ashes to Ashes, 4th on the cones. That's Luigi Bizzacco and Spack Jarrow. He sees them all from 5th. Off the turn they come. They straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights, and the Devil's Cash will get them halfway home. Solid Silver there, 2nd. Ashes to Ashes, 3rd. Luigi Bizzacco, 4th. Spack Jarrow continuing to trail halfway home in a 6 in a minute. And a 1/5 to the paddock turn they race, and they're chasing the Devil's Cash over to 5-8. Solid Silver is 2nd, 3rd. Ashes to Ashes. Spack Jarrow underway to take over, 4th on the outside, and now the trailer, Luigi Bizzacco. They're halfway up the back stretch for the 2nd and final time now. The Devil's Cash takes them over to the 3/4 pole from the outside. Spack Jarrow now 2nd, 3rd up the rail. Solid Silver, Ashes to Ashes 4th. Luigi Bizzacco on the outside 5th. 3/4 in 1:31 and 1/8 of a mile out. The Devil's Cash turning for home. Solid Silver retakes 2nd. Back to 3rd. That is Spack Jarrow. They're in deep stretch now. And here is the Devil's Cash in line to Mark Campbell to deliver. Solid Silver was 2nd. Spack Jarrow held on 3rd in 1:59.4.
I thought this guy would get a power drive here, and he delivered as the chalk choice. The Devil's Cash, he continues to race well here on PEI, and he was put on the front end, 29 half minute, 1/5, 3/4, 1:31 and 1 off those fractions. You're not going to beat this guy. He gets it done, 1:59 and 4 on the off track. The 3 raced really well here. Solid Silver and Murner. They're going to finish 2nd with Spack Jarrow, my top pick, getting in there for the show dough. So it's a 4-3-5 unofficially here in race 6.
The Devil's Cash arriving at the sixth race winner's circle, facing Black Gelding 3 by Fearless Diablo from the Western Hanover Dam. Racy Date, owned by Doug Beckwith from second, North River, New Brunswick, bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish. Trained by Lenny Myers, Mark Campbell second, winner on the day for the double, 159 and 4. The Devil's Cash in the sixth.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 6, Ashes to Ashes 4. It's Luigi Bizzacco 5th. Solid Silver 2nd. The Devil's Cash the winner. Spacchiaro finished 3rd. Bold and Bad was scratched. They went 29, 1 minute 1, 131 and 1, and the mile 159 and 4. In review, it's 452, 13 scratched. The Devil's Cash paid $240. The Exactor $1380, Triactor $40.20, and the Superfecta was $684.
Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcasting network, and our broadcast features exciting action and camera angles in HD, commentary and interviews, special segments, and more. Find everything you need to play the horses at our new player portal at Redshores.ca. Race Day sponsorship packages now available for 2024. Contact Lee Drake, manager of racing and broadcast for Red Shores. Got a couple scratches in this upcoming 7th race, the 6 and 7. Talk Some Smack and You're My Heartthrob. They will not go, so we are scratched down to a field of 7. I'm going to play the 2, 4, 5 in here. Post time picks likes the 4 and 2, and Classifier's Choice likes 2, 4, 8. We are 7 away from race 7. Post parade will be coming up in just a moment.
Seventh race on the track for the post parade. Arnold the Paperboy, number 1. Owned and trained by Willie McCabe at Albin. Corey McPherson driving. Number 2, Woodmere Sheldon, owned by Wendell Gregory of New Dominion. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 3, Zach the Men is owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge and GWR Visser Farm of Orwell. Michael does the training. Mark Campbell drives. Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown is the owner-trainer. Adam Murner does the driving today. 4, Big Bad Bruiser. 5 is Redland Sampson. The owners are Roderick Smith, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 6 and 7 are scratch. Number 8 is Bohannon, owned by Krista Dunsford from Danault. Trained by Jay Noy, Mark Bradley. 9 is Azure Beach, owned by Dalton McCackern of Summerside. Trained by Dwayne McCackern, Gilles Barrio. 4 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's 7th race. Back to the HBI broadcast desk with Kurt Hughes and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In race 1, it was the class dropper Pictonian I Am dominating the first, winning easily in 2 minutes flat. The 261 try paid $30.90. In race 2, another inside draw for Doc Awesome. He's going to get it done here on the front end for Corey McPherson off a half of 59-2, getting it done in 159. The 125 try paid $17.90. And after a couple chalk plays there in the first 2, we lit it up a little bit with Moonrider sneaking up the inside as he's going to inherit a pocket trip. Usurper made a break early. Moonrider gets it done for Murner. The 315 ticket paid $156. Moonrider, the winner there in 2 minutes 3/5. In race 4, it was a dominating win. It looks like the 4 boys got a fair somewhere ironed out. He raced great here today. A first up brush and crush for Campbell. They got it done 159-2. Big trip, 365 ticket paid $70.60. In race 5, it was our first super high 5, and it was the newcomer, the 9 Road Runner Colony, converting from a perfect second over trip to get it done off a 3-wide blast up the backstretch for Hughes. Time of the mile 2:01 and 1, and that 20-cent super high 5, 957.42, paid a nice ticket, $51.16. And then in the 6th race, we just watched the Devil's Cash dominate from start to finish, getting to the front for Campbell. He picks up his second win aboard the Devil's Cash. Nice trip, 159 and 4, and the 435 ticket paid $40.20. And that's a look at the first 6 races here at Red Shores. The race day recap is presented by Metro Home Building Center. Out onto the track we go here for race 7. Just a minute to go, just one equipment change. Zach the Man is adding cheek rolls, so keep that in mind if you want to take a long shot play here. Campbell's having a good day. He's already got a couple wins. So again, Zach the Man adding cheek rolls for this race. The 6 and 7 are scratched. I'm landing on the 2 here. Woodmere Sheldon. He'd been racing up at the 1951 level there at the bottom line. He finished a good third by half a length of 57-4, 3-back at the 1251 level. So dropping down here to the 351s with this inside draw, I think this guy's a gate to wire winner here at 2-1. I like the driver change angle here on Big Bad Bruiser. Trainer Neil Bambrick had been driving the last 3 starts. A rough outing last time out. Parked the entire mile. Still only beaten 3 1/4 at the wire down at this bottom level. But with Murner on board here today, I think they're going to get a better trip. And this guy does show a win, 55-2 earlier this year on the front end. And I believe, if memory serves me correct, Dale Spinner Spence was on board for that victory on the front end. So we'll see how they do here from post 4, but Big Bad Bruiser currently the favorite at 4-5. There is the call to post. Running out of time to get a ticket here on race 7. I'm going to close out my try with Redland Sampson, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donald Smith, and Paul Hogan and Troy Cudmore. They all share ownership. Coming out of the Cliff Murphy stable, Kenny Murphy on board. A couple nice outings in his last two. Third, 2 back, and 58-3 at this level. Jumped up to another nice 4th last week at the 601 level. So dropping back down here to the bottom level, he could be a tri-actor play here. The 5 Redland Sampson, 6-1. The field for the 7th, rolling up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Now let's send it back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Arnold the Paperboy, Woodmere Sheldon, Zach the Men, Big Bad Bruiser, Redland Sampson, Bohannon, Azure Beach in back to the trailer. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough end pacing Woodmere Sheldon, the first one out. Arnold the Paperboy along the rail. Third one to the turn, Big Bad Bruiser away 4th, Zach the Men, Azure Beach 5th. Then around the turn and racing from 6th is Redland Sampson on the outside 7th. That is Bohannon by the 8th pole and straightening up the back stretch of the quarter pole, led by Woodmere Sheldon and the Blue Knight Hughes headed into the 2-hole. That is Big Bad Bruiser, 3rd up the rail. Arnold the Paperboy, Zach the Men goes 4th, Azure Beach has 5th. Gapped in 6th, Redland Sampson, and trailing the field, that is Bohannon 7th. On by the first quarter mile, and they were there 29 seconds flat. Midway round the upper turn, it's Woodmere Sheldon, the fraction setter. Big Bad Bruiser in the 2-hole, and the backfield comes in motion. Azure Beach is first up to take over 3rd. Arnold the Paperboy riding the rail 4th. 2nd over the outside 5th. Redland Sampson, 3rd over now 6th, Bohannon, and the trailer, that is Zach the Men. They're at the midway point here in the 7th. Woodmere Sheldon halfway home. Azure Beach on the outside up to challenge that leader. 3rd up the rail, Big Bad Bruiser, the half mile in 1:01 and 2. They backed it up 32 and 2 in here. Over to the 5/8 they go. On the point, it's Woodmere Sheldon, challenged by Azure Beach. 3rd up the rail, Big Bad Bruiser. He'll have to find a way out. Coming 4th on the outside, that is Redland Sampson. On the cones, 5th is Arnold the Paperboy. Bohannon is outside of 6th, trailing at the rail. Zach the Men, but he's not out of it. They go by 3/4 in 1:32 and 3. Woodmere Sheldon out in front. 3 high. Redland Sampson is 2nd. Azure Beach between horses. Bohannon coming 3 wide. Big Bad Bruiser is just crying for room here. Down the stretch they come. Redland Sampson takes over. Big Bad Bruiser coming on in the passing lane. On the wire next. Big Bad Bruiser on the inside. Then Redland Sampson with Bohannon. 2:03. Flat.
Well, Woodmere Sheldon, no excuse there. He got the fractions he wanted on the front half in 1:01 and 2. Soft third quarter there, 1:32 and 3, but he had no answer for the challenges on both sides down the stretch. Time of the mile 2:03 today. You're going to see Big Bad Bruiser converting from that pocket ride for Murner. He does it again. He sits on Hughes' back and he gets up the passing lane, and it looks like he is close to winning this race, but no, it looks like they got the 5 posted here. Redland Sampson and Kenny Murphy, they're going to land on the scene late, tipping off covered down the backstretch, a big 3-wide move, and it looks like they got the 5 posted, 5-4-8 unofficially here in the photo in race 7.
In the win photo, it is 5, Redland Sampson. Here comes Redland Sampson to the 7th race winner's circle. They facing gelding 3 by Archpeak from the Armbro McIntosh Dam, Lady Sometimes, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy, second winner today, doubling up. Colt scores in 2:03. Redland Sampson in the 7th.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results in the 7th race. On La Paperboy 5th. Woodmere Sheldon 4th. Sack the Men 6th. Big Bad Bruiser 2nd. Redland Sampson the winner. Talk Some Smack and You're My Heartthrob for Scratch Bohannon. 3rd. Adzer Beach was 7th. 29, 101 and 2. 132 and 3 in the mile 2:03. In review, it's 546, 21 scratched. Scratch 37. Redland Sampson, $22.50 to win. Exactor, $98. Triactor, $523.40. Superfecta, $75.14.
Nice to see Redland Sampson get up there for the win in that last race. Big pay there with the 548 ticket, over $500. So congrats if you were able to connect there in that seventh race. We want to tell you about HPI and Guest Wi-Fi here. Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on a Red Shores guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. And it's just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com. There is a look at the win photo, the 5 getting up in the final strides there. That camera's playing tricks on my eyes the last couple of weeks here. I thought for sure the 4 was able to get the win in that last race, but there is a look at the win photo from race 7. Redland Sampson getting it done at 10-1, reaching up there to win by a nose.
Afternoon's 8th race entering the track on parade. Slate 1 owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown, trained by Wade Myers, David Dowling. David Lloyd George, number 2, is owned by Harold LeBlanc Jr., Keegan Madden, and Sienna Florence of Nova Scotia, Brett LeBlanc training and driving. Midnight McNeil, number 3, is owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney, Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Chris Davies, Jason Hughes. Keeper Floyd, number 4, is owned by Wendy and Chris McCrae of Belfast, Roger McCrae, the trainer, Mark Campbell driving. 5, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, Brody McPhee drives. Brookdale Ollie 6, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Belinda Stead of Wheatley River, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Kenny Arsenault. Check Your Source, number 7, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Everything you need to play the horses at Charlottetown. Go to our new player portal at Redshores.ca.
Last call for 50-50s here in the top of the park. Last call for 50-50, a little over 350 going to the winner. We have a winner in our second chance draw, Robert McGinnis. Congratulations, you are the winner in our first second chance draw, so you can come on up here to the broadcast desk to collect your prize. Robert McGinnis, congrats, you are the winner in our first second chance draw here today. Okay, race 8 is on track, 2 minutes away from post time. Looking for a bomb here, and I might get it with George's Credit, my top pick in this race at 12-1 currently. He's been knocking on the door in his last 6, just missed by a length last week, 59-2 for Brody McPhee at this identical level. And then the start prior to that, a nice 5th, just beat 3.5 lengths at the wire in 1:58 and won a nice 3rd, 3 back. He's going to have to do it the hard way again this week, but I think this guy just playing a hunch here today for Brody McPhee. I think George's Credit can get it done at long odds, 13-1 on the board. I also like Brookdale Ollie, not getting a lot of attention on the board right now. Currently 9-1. He's coming off that 7th place finish, so maybe that's kind of scaring people with that closing quarter of 31. He's been great prior to that, so I'm looking for a bounce back effort. He had been racing all the way up to the 15:01 level. He was second by 3/4 of a length to Mr. Riley, 3 back in 58. Mark Campbell on board that day. Kenny Arsenault doing the driving here this afternoon for trainer Vaughn Doyle. Gary Ford and Melinda Stead, they share ownership on Brookdale Ollie. He's got a shot here at long odds, 14-1 currently. Current favorite right now on the board at 3-5 is Keeper Floored. He's got a win in 2 seconds in his last 3. Brushed the front last week in that McRae final, and he faded there, finishing second. Beat 3/4 of a length to Outrageous Show in 59-4. So I went with the veteran on the rail, Slate, for my 3rd pick. I'm not putting the favorite in my ticket here today. I'm going 5-6-1 Slate. It's an inside draw, and he's been racing up in class as well lately, coming off a nice 4th. He does have good gate speed and should be able to push out to hold position up close to the lead. Slate 9-2. The field for race 8 is rolling up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. The countdown clock is in, so let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Got an update on the variant on today's track. Racing officials continue to rate the track as good. However, right now there is a 2-second variant. 8th race Slate, David Lloyd George. Midnight McNeil, Keeper Floored. George's Credit, Brookdale Ollie. Check your source. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Slate up the rail leads them out. Second is David Lloyd George. 3rd one to the turn. Midnight McNeil, Keeper Floored away 4th. George's Credit 5th. Brookdale Ollie 6th. Check your source 7. Programmed order at the 8th pole. It's Slate the leader. Racing from 2nd, that's David Lloyd George. Midnight McNeil had a notion to move. He's back on the cone, but right out of the 2-hole, David Lloyd George tackling the leader, who is Slate. Midnight McNeil at the rail 3rd. Keeper Floored now 4th. Racing from 5th, George's Credit 6th. That's Brookdale Ollie trailing the field. Check Your Source, 29-3, opened it up. And David Lloyd George committed himself, and he's about to clear now on by the 3/8. And at the rail second, that is Slade. On the move in the outside third. Keeper Floored is underway as they approach the midway point. David Lloyd George could not clear the lead. Now he's going to be out. Racing up the rails. At the midway point, Slate is the leader. David Lloyd George second. Midnight McNeil third. Keeper Floored on the outside fourth. Brookdale Ollie picks up fifth up the rail. George's Credit outside sixth. And Check Your Source 7, 59 seconds flat was the half mile. Slate will lead them to the back stretch. In between horses, David Lloyd George is coming back on. Keeper Floored out there 3 wide. Coming up fourth is George's Credit. As they arrive at the 3/4, Keeper Floored takes the lead. George's Credit on the outside. Races second, third. David Lloyd George up into fourth. Brookdale Ollie. Into fifth, that is Check Your Source. Now in sixth, Midnight McNeil. Slade hit the wall. 3/4 in 1:30 and won an off stride on the lead. Keeper Ford jumped it off. Down the stretch, and George's Credit takes over late on the outside. Brookdale Ollie towards the rail. David Lloyd George. George's Credit to the wire hangs on. Brookdale Ollie second. David Lloyd George was third in 2-0. 1-1.
Well, I like these two horses here today to finish first and second, and they do a 5-6 exactor. Wow, this is going to pay pretty good here. $29.90 on the nose for George's Credit, $44.60 on the nose for the 6 Brookdale Ollie, and they're going to finish 1-2 in this 8th race. The 2, David Lloyd George, what a performance from him and Brett LeBlanc here as they were left out to dry early, half 59. 130 and 1 to the 3/4. They're going to dig deep, clear up to the lead, but no, they couldn't fend off the challenge here. George's Credit right on his back is going to get up for the win with Brody McPhee. A nice rally from Brookdale Ollie and Kenny Arsenault here to finish second, and David Lloyd George will have to settle for the show dough. But what a race here in race 8. Bombs away in the 8th.
George's Credit into the 8th race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding 6 years by Up the Credit from the Die Laughing Dam, St. George Lady, owned by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, bred by Casimir Stables of Hagar, Ontario, trained by Philip Kelly. Brody McPhee in the driver's seat for the win. The mile 2:01-1. George's Credit in the 8th.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. Windermere Farms is excited to add Keystone Velocity, sire of Jugette Winter, You Can Do It Blue Chip, to the 2024 Stallion lineup. He joins Malicious, whose offspring held down the highest sale average of the 2023 Atlantic Classic yearling sale, while siring the top-priced Atlantic Pacing Filly and top-priced Atlantic sired yearling stud Colt. Also joining the heavy-hitting lineup are Somewhere Fancy, Muscle Through It, and Source of Pride. Windermere Farms is unquestionably where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in race 8, Slate was 7, David Lloyd George 3rd, Midnight McNeil 5th, Keeper Floored 4th, George's Credit the race winner, Brookdale Aldi finished 2nd, Check Your Source was 6th, fractions of 29 and 3, 59, 130 and 1, and the mile was 201 and 1. In review, 735, 41, 26. George's Credit, 29.90 to win. Exactor, 250, 120. Triactor, 1,400, 61.80. Superfactor, 299.30.
All right, race 9 coming up next, 6 minutes away from post time. Great pay there in that 8th race at 5-6 exactor. 251.30 in the try, 1,461. We're on the chalk here, though. The 3 at 3-2. Man, Terrio going to be tough to beat. I also like the 8 in here. He is scratched, stashed it away. So I'm going with Navalny. I'm going to stick to the inside here. I'm going to go with the 3, and then I like Navalny as well. And I'm going to throw in Phil Dorleans and Hughes. And so I like a 3, 1, 4. Unfortunately, the 8 is scratched. So post time picks and classifier's choice couldn't change their picks. They like the 3 and 1 and the 3 and 6 respectively. 5 away from race 9. Post braid is coming up next.
Ninth race up for the post parade. Number 1, Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie and Adam Murner driving. 2, Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy. Gordy drives. 3, Mantario is owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling. Phil Dorleans 4 is owned by Ken and Andrew Williams, Lyndon Hardy, Jason Hughes, training and driving. 5, J.K. Last Chance, owned by Dan McConaughey of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Roll with Hottie Toddy, number 6, owned and trained by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Miles Heffernan. 7, Burnout Hanover, owned by the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Corey McPherson, catch drives. 8, Stash It Away is scratched. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9. The O'Brien Awards are coming to Prince Edward Island on February 3rd. Kurt returns with details on ticket information.
That's right, Vance. The O'Brien Awards, a celebration of excellence in Canadian harness racing, will take place on Saturday, February 3rd in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. The event will feature a cocktail reception, dinner, awards presentation, and after party. And tickets can be purchased for $150 plus HST. And for more information, go to standardbreakcanada.ca. And keep in mind, a night at Red Shores with O'Brien Award tickets will take place on a special Friday, February 2nd race program. Contact racing and broadcast manager Lee Drake for those details. And congratulations to my brother Jason Hughes, nominated for the O'Brien Award for horsemanship. So fingers crossed for him. If he if he gets enough votes, that would be unreal to win it here on Prince Edward Island. Okay, there is the 4, Phil Dorleans. He's got a good shot in here. I do like him for part of this ticket out of my brother Jason Hughes' stable. A winner 2 back at the preferred 2 level right on the front end. He had a nice rail ride there all the way to the winner's circle, 56 and 2 from post 1, and then had to leave from the outside, post 6 last time out. Just never really got into the mile on that day. So from this inside draw, with his ability to leave off the gate, I think he's going to be forwardly placed in here. I could see him sitting mid-pack in stock. He's got a great closing kick. He shows last quarter's 28 and change all the way up and down the page. So I like him for 3rd on my ticket in here. I'm going 3-1-4. And there is Navalny. This guy, he seems to have a lot of luck at the drawing inside. He reeled off 4 rails, then he drew post 2, 2 starts back, and then post 4 last week, finished 4th. Seems like he's pretty close to where he draws. And so with the rail here today, he's going to be a major threat. He should be forwardly placed, sitting in the top 2. I could see him getting a 2-hole ride here today. He responds really well off that kind of trip. He just missed 2 back, 56-3 to Phil Dorleans in that preferred 2 race on November 26th. So he'll be tough from the rail coming out of the powerful Melissa Rennie stable. 3-1 currently. Okay, there's a look at my top play in here, man. Terrio, he left from the rail last week, was a winner on the front, 57-3 for David Dowling out of the powerful Jen Doyle stable, who's batting .397 this year. This guy's owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, now 7-year-old gelding by Sports Writer, in for the price here today. 10 wins last year, 6 wins this year. He knows how to get it done, and he's got an inside draw here, so he will be tough to beat. 3-5 is an awfully short price on Manterio. This is a wide open event, and so you might want to shop elsewhere if you're looking for a price, but Manterio will be tough to beat. 3-5. Excellent field here in race 9. Preferred 2 Pacers lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Navalny, Tradition, Manterio, Phil Dorleans, J.K. Last Chance, Roll with Hottie Toddy, Burnout Hanover. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough end pacing Navalny along the rail. Phil Dorleans coming from the outside with J.K. Last Chance. That trio leaving. 4th one as they make their way on around the turn towards the rail Tradition. Coming up 5th, Roll with Hottie Toddy. Manterio is 6th in the early going. Then trailing is Burnout Hanover. On the backstretch they go. Racing to the first quarter. J.K. Last Chance on the outside will clear the lead for Kenny Arsenault. Navalny now sagging 3rd at the rail. Phil Dorleans, Roll with Hottie Toddy's away 4th. Tradition has 5th. Manterio goes 6th, trailing 7th. That is Burnout Hanover. 28 seconds flat. Good tempo here as they arrive at the 3/8. The leader, J.K. Last Chance. The 2-hole ride belongs to Navalny. Racing 3rd out of the turn is Phil Dorleans. Roll with Hottie Toddy. He's 4th and coming to the outside. Manterio picks up the cover on the outside 5th. Tradition on the rail 6th, and on the outside 7th. That is Burnout Hanover. Halfway home in the 9th, led by J.K. Last Chance in 58. And 3 around the paddock turn they go. 5/8 comes next, and J.K. Last Chance leading them there. From the outside, Roll with Hottie Toddy now 2nd, in the pocket 3rd. Navalny. Manterio grabs 4th on the outside. On the rail 5th is Phil Dorleans. Moving up 6th is Burnout Hanover, and trailing the field, that is Tradition down to a 1/4 mile to go. J.K. Last Chance at the rail, the leader. Right alongside, Roll with Hottie Toddy, the challenger. Manterio is there, coming 3 wide 4th. Way out there. Burnout Hanover. 3/4 up in 1, 28 and 4. And they're headed down the home stretch, and Manterio Manterio gets there late. Burnout Hanover, JK last chance. Manterio on the line for David Dowling. Tight for the deuce. Burnout Hanover up against JK last chance. 1:59 flat.
Well, this guy's a funny horse to watch race. He was gapping the cover up the backstretch. It looked like he wasn't going to have it this week, but then he kicked into another gear here late. David Dowling with the big 3-wide blast aboard Manterio, and he's going to get it done delivering in back-to-back weeks, this time from off the pace as he gets it done in 1:59 here today. It is close for a photo for second, but I believe the 7 on the far outside, Burnout Hanover, is going to close really strong here. You'll see him coming into the picture. I think he gets up for the second, and I think JK's last chance finishes in third in here, but we'll wait to see the results of that photo. Yeah, they got to post it now. 3-7-5 unofficially here in the ninth.
Manterio on his way into the ninth race winner's circle by pacing gelding 7 by Sports Rider off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam Rock and Roll Wishes, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, bred by Winback Farm from Chesapeake City, Maryland. Trainer Jennifer Doyle's having a career year in 2023. David Dowling picks up the winning drive. Mile 1:59. Manterio in the ninth. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Navalny was 7th, Tradition 4th. Manterio, the race winner. Phil Darlene 6th. JK Last Chance 3rd. Roll with Toddy Toddy was 5th. Burnout Hanover finished 2nd. Stash It Away was scratched. The fractions were 28, 58 and 3, 128 and 4, and the mile 1:59. In review, it's 7-4-1, 6-3-5, 2 scratched. Manterio paid $310. The exactor $62.10, triactor $259.70, And the superfecta, 59.85.
Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors, and this includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling of official dates. So get the information you need from our Red Shores official platforms.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, today valued at $366. The winning number will be X 2071623. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $366, X 2071623. Good luck.
Horses are beginning to move in there in the paddock. Post parade will be coming up next for this 10th race, 6 away from post time. I like a 2-4-3. Post time picks 2-4-3. Classifier's choice 2-6-4 here in race 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a corrected number in the afternoon's 50-50 draw. Just receiving this information from the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. The number was X 2071627. X 2071627. On the track is the 10th race. Here comes Emmett 1. He's owned and trained by Melbourne Gamester of Hunter River. Jules Barrio driving. Boys' turn number 2 is owned by Aidan Parrish of Summerside. Nicholas Fleming of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison, Mark Campbell. Sports Royalty 3 owned by Beth and Wendy McCrae of Belfast. Wendy is the trainer. Kenny Arsenault drives. Screen Test 4 over the Kicking Horse Stable of York and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. Corey McPherson training and driving. 5 Pictonian Storm owned by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Tammy does the training. Adam Murner. Good Eye Hawkeye 6 owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's 10th race. You're watching Race Day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, Now a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
There's the tight photo for fourth there in that ninth race, the two Tradition. Just getting his nose on the line ahead of the sixth Roll with Hottie Toddy there in the ninth. Two away from post time here in race 10. 4-5 currently on boys' turn. My top play in here. Mark Campbell on board. He was in the seat last week in Charlottetown, where this guy was a winner on the front end from post 3, winning by a length and a quarter in 56-1. That was a really, really sharp effort last week. 29-2 closing quarter. So I like the two boys' turn to get it done again this week. I think they're going to go right down the road. They do have some clash droppers in here to contend with. Screen Test going to be really tough to beat as well for Corey McPherson. He is my second pick on the board right now at 4-5 as well. There is the veteran Screen Test, leaving at a post 4 today, owned by the Kickin' Horse Stable, and Bill Andrew of Calgary. Corey McPherson, the trainer and driver. This guy was a winner. You can see third star from the bottom there from post 8. He rallied from off the pace to get it done in 57-4. Last week he dropped in class to the no winners 1,051. I did like him on that day. Post 7, he never really got into the mile half. 59-3. He was sitting 7th. He still rallied to be 4th, 59-1, closed it out 29 flat. So he'll have to get in the mix a little earlier than he has been lately. He's dropping back down here to the 641 class. This has been quite some time since this guy, I don't know if he was ever at this level. I'd have to go back and look at his lines in his career, but I don't think he's been this low ever. He's been such a great horse over the years. He'll be tough to beat here. Back class alone could get him to the winner's circle. 1-2 currently. Sports Royalty draws into a good spot here. Dropping down here, he raced at the 861 level last week from post 4. Finished 6th by 3 1/4 and 59-4, but had a really nice third at a similar level 2 weeks ago from post 9. Got away 5th and then moved up a couple spots there with that third place finish. He's another one that has pretty good gate speed, so we'll see what happens off the gate, but Arsenal might want to leave out to maybe fit into that 2-hole and follow Boy's turn in here. So we'll see what happens behind the gate, but Sports Royalty, another horse that's been good over the years here in Charlottetown, so I'm going to put him in there for third. I like 2-4-3 in here. Race 10 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Here comes Emmett. Boys turn. Sports Royalty. Screen Test. Pictonian Storm. Good Eye Hawkeye. 6 of them across the gate here in the 10th. Top of the stretch. Starting gate. Picks up speed. They're lined up. 10th race. Post time. Rough and pacing. Screen test is leaving out. Second, that is Boy's Turn. Third one into the turn is Sports Royalty. Up the inside fourth is Here Comes Emmett. Then away fifth. That's Pictonian Storm. And the early trailer is Good Eye Hawkeye. Up the backstretch they go for the first time en route to the quarter. Screen Text is on the lead for Corey McPherson. Second is Boy's Turn, racing from third. Sports Royalty. Not a lot of step here in the early going. Fourth up the rail, Here Comes Emmett. Racing from fifth is Pictonian Storm. And trailing the field is Good Eye Hawkeye. So they arrived at the quarter in just 31 seconds flat. And Screen Test is getting all the respect on the front end as they jog over to the 3/8. Second is Boy's Turn, racing from third. Sports Royalty, fourth up the rail. Here Comes Emmett. In fifth is Pictonian Storm. And trailing the field, that is Good Eye Hawkeye. On a leisurely pace as they arrive at the opening half mile. Screen Test may have put them all to sleep here with a half a mile to go. Second is Boy's Turn. Sports Royalty third. The half mile in 1:02 and 4. Faster, says the master, and that master is McPherson, leading at 5/8. The tempo has to pick up here. Second at the rail, Boy's Turn from the outside third. Pictonian Storm, fourth at the rail, Sports Royalty. Fifth is Here Comes Emmett, and trailing the field, Good Eye Hawkeye. They arrive at 3/4. Screen Text to get them there. Racing second along the rail is Boy's Turn. Outside Pictonian Storm. He's third. Fourth at the rail, Sports Royalty to 3/4 in 1:32 and 4. They found some step there. 30 seconds flat. Homeward bound, and Screen Test may have put them all away. Second is Boy's Turn. Pictonian Storm. Sports Royalty. Deep stretch now. Screen Test on the outside. Boy's Turn. Screen Test all the way with McPherson. Second is Boy's Turn. We'll need a show photo. 2:02 and 4.
Well, we talked about this guy and his back class. Could get him there alone here today. He left out alertly here today for McPherson, getting to the front, crossing over early before the first turn and controlled things. Got all the respect in here, and Corey used it to his advantage, getting soft fractions, 1:02 and 4 back half. In a minute, the old boy storms home and hangs on for the slight victory over Boy's Turn, and the 3 Sports Royalty does rally for third here, but big trip from Screen Test as he drops some pops here in the 10th. Nice trip on the off track, 2:02 and 4.
Here comes Screen Test into the 10th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 8 years. It's on a vertical horizon off the Cam's Card Shark Dam, a starring role home of the Kick and Horse Stable of York and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. Bred by William Andrew and Dan Sifford of Alberta. Corey McPherson, training and driving. Corey's second winner for the double. Mile 202 and 4. Screen test. Wires the 10th. Now the official results in race 10. Here comes Emmett 5th. Boys Turn 2nd. Sports Royalty 3rd. Screen Touch the winner. Pictonian Storm 4th. Good Eye Hawkeye 6th. Fraction to 31. 102 and 4. 132 and 4. And the mile 202 and 4. In review, it's 523 146. Screen Touch paid $270. The Exactor $390. The Triactor $980. And the Superfecta $1.70.
The PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association made a members draw here this afternoon, and the winner of that draw for the $50 gas card is Kent McDonald. So Kent McDonald, congratulations, you are the winner of the $50 gas card, and it can be picked up at the photo booth. Redshores, Charlottetown, and Summerside offers a complete menu of off-track betting locations, and we've invested in new state-of-the-art betting terminals. Sign up for your own fast bet card program to get rewards every month, and now free programs daily for our simulcast customers. And you can also play the action from your mobile with HBIBet.com. Simulcast theaters open daily, featuring all the action from the biggest tracks in North America. Seven minutes away from race 11, and here's a look at our upcoming selections for this race. We're all on board the one here. Spicy P on the rail. Should get a good trip. He was a really good bang-up second Demanterio last week in 57 and 4, sent off at long odds. Not long odds this week, 4 to 5. The current choice on the board. I like 142 in here. Post time picks a 164, matching strides with the classifiers choice, and the horses will be out onto the track momentarily. Post braid will be coming up next. That was a tight show photo in that last race with Sports Royalty getting up there in the final strides to win, to get the show spot by a nose over the 5 in there.
The afternoon's 11th race on the track for the parade. Spicy P1, Jason Hughes training and driving for owner Robbie Hughes, Stratford. West Coast Kid number 2 is owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Colton Profit, trained by Philip Kelly, Brody McPhee driving. Number 3, Brumby, is owned by Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell drives. I'm a Looker 2, number 4, is owned by Robert Samar from Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Holmes, Gilles Burial. 3 Trick Gainer number 5, owned by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge and Jared Perot with Stratford. Saul does the training. Adam Murner, Kent drives. Mr. Riley 6, owned by Jimmy Gorham of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panette. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Number 7, Winter Blast, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy catch drives. Just 2 minutes. Wagering time on race number 11. Our on-track customers can enjoy second chance draws today. Sign the back of your uncashed tickets for some great prizes. Plus, you get entered to win a $500 gas card that will be drawn on Boxing Day. This is presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association and the Special Events Committee with the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association.
And the $50,000 Winning Wonderland is underway now at Redshores, Charlottetown. Rewards Club players can swipe their card at the promotional kiosk located at the entrance of the casino for a chance to win various prizes, including $50,000 in cash, dining vouchers, an evening at Red Shores, and more. To become a Rewards Club member, visit our website at Redshores.ca. Well, this guy's been racing really good all year long, and he has a lot of luck at the draw. He draws inside post. He's able to leave off the gate and get position up close to the lead, which usually helps out on a half-mile track. He's been great in his last 6 as well. He's coming off a strong second to Mantario last week. He finished 5th prior to that, only beaten 2 lengths, so a nice trip, 155-4. That is Spicy P on the rail here for my brother Robbie Hughes of Stratford. Jason, the trainer and driver, he's going to get another good trip here today. Probably, I think he'll be on the front today. Just looking over the lines. I'm a looker too, might leave out of there as well. So we'll see what happens off the gate. But Spicy P should be forwardly placing off these last lines of his. He's been on his game lately, so I like him to get it done. Even money. I'm a looker too has left 3 times out of his last 6 starts. He's been gunning out of there, and last week he tried from off the pace. Barrio on board for Jeff Holmes, the trainer, and Robert Samara of Halifax. He is the owner. Rallied to be 3rd last week, 58-1 on the front end, 2 back from the rail. He faded to 3rd, race timed in 55-4. Again, another front end mission, 3 back, where he faded late to finish 3rd and race timed in 55-3. Another one that's been racing really well, showing up, putting together some nice miles. So he will be in the mix. We'll see what Barrio decides to do, what kind of trip he works out, but he has good gate speed, and maybe at this level here today in this class, he might want to be on the front end here. We'll see what happens off the gate, but I'm a looker too is a major threat at 2-1. Race 11 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Spicy P, West Coast Kid, Brumby. I'm a looker 2, 3-trick gainer. Mr. Riley Winter Blast, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing West Coast Kid, Spicy P, and Brumby. That trio leaving out. 4th one to the turn, Mr. Riley. I'm a looker 2 goes 5th. Then in 6th is 3-trick gainer. And trailing the field, that is Winter Blast. Over to the 8th pole, Spicy P in the Blue Knight Use. Up front on the early lead. Tucked away with a 2-hole ride is West Coast Kid, racing from 3rd. Brumby dropping in 4th, that is Mr. Riley. Racing 5th is I'm a looker 2. 6th on the rail, that's 3-trick gainer, and Winter Blast is trailing the field. Straight alignment packs the quarter mile of 29. And 4, Spicy P in control as they round the turn. Racing from 2nd, that's West Coast Kid. Brumby off 3rd. Then 4th is Mr. Riley. To the outside 5th, I'm a looker 2. Following him out 6th is 3-trick gainer. Winter Blast continuing to trail 7th. They approach the half mile. And Spicy P trying to get a breather in. First up on the outside, I'm a looker 2 is now sagging 3rd up the rail. West Coast Kid. 2nd over 4th. That's 3-trick gainer, the half mile in 101 and 2. A comfortable second panel. Over to the 5/8 they go. Spicy P getting him there. The challenge comes from I'm a Looker to. Moving up third from the outside as they race the backstretch. That's 3-trick gainer. Fourth up the rail is West Coast Kid. Winter Blast is taking fifth. Getting a Charlottetown shuffle. Brumby back to 6. On the outside, 7th, Mr. Riley. By the 3/4 they go. And it's Spicy P the leader. I'm a Looker to the challenger. 3-trick gainer is coming 3 wide third. 3/4 in 1:31 and 1. They went 29 and change. And they're homeward bound. Spicy P, I'm a Looker to. 3-trick gainer. Winter Blast up the inside. West Coast Kid. Set the camera up. Deep stretch. Now 3-trick gainer. Winter Blast on the outside may have shocked them. We're going to need a win picture. Time for the mile in 2:01 and 1.
Well, the cover model, Winter Blast, he's at 55.20 on the board. The 3-trick gainer, $20.10. So anyway, you cut up this photo, it is bombs away here in the 11th. Sharp efforts from these guys from off the pace. Spicy P and Hughes set up shop on the front, got the fractions he wanted here, half in 101 and 2, 131 and 1, and here comes the backfield charging down the stretch. The 3-trick gainer in the middle of the track for Murder, and on the outside pushing is Murphy and Winter Blast. It is a tight photo, but they do have the 7 now posted. Wow, big win ticket. Congrats if you backed Winter Blast here. 55.20 on the board. Time of the mile 2:01 and 1. Winter Blast goes back to back, this time with Murphy on board.
Just one of them super aged racehorses, Winter Blast. He goes to the 11th race winner's circle, pacing Grey Gelding 11 by Sand Shooter from the Admiral's Galley Dam, Blizzard Bay, Boma Dandy Bird of Vernon Bridge, bred by Pebble Creek Farms of Michigan. Jennifer Doyle, the trainer, doubles up. Kenny Murphy, a catch-driving call to the winner's circle. Kenny's third winner for the triple. Winter Blast, 2:01 and 1. That's an 11th race. Shocker. Here's the official results from race 11. Spicy P 6, West Coast Kid 5th. Brumby finished 3rd. I'm a Looker 2 was 7th. 3-Trick Gainer 2nd. Mr. Riley 4th. Winner Blast, the race winner, 29-4, 101-2, 130-1-1, and the mile 201-1. In review, it's 653, 72, 41. Winner Blast, 55-20 to win. Exactor honored the ticket 7-all at 76.40. Triactor honoring the ticket 7-5-all at 946.40. Superfecta carryover.
Great win photo there from the 11th race with the 7 getting up in the final strides to nail it there. How about the tries? 753, 946.40. Another promotion ongoing this month here at Red Shores for HBI players on PEI. Spend $25 or more on Red Shores and receive 3% cash back, plus a chance to win a $500 account bonus at the end of each month. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Go to hbibet.com.
The Preferred Pacers in the afternoon's featured 12th race, set for the post parade. Fernhill General number 1 is owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey from Charlottetown, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Number 2 is Island Beach Boy, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Darnell Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby. Adam Murner catch drives. Blood Money 3 is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill's Burial. 4, Time to Dance, owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Ryan McLeod, trained by Brent Campbell. Mark Campbell is the driver. 5 is Laugh Again Hanover, owned by Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, Jason Hughes, trains and drives. 6 is Middleton Terror, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by David Dowling. There's 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12, and Kurt, you and I are coming back with our selections in the Sunday afternoon featured Preferred. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 12th, I'm on to the 4, Time to Dance. Was a little back to himself his last time around, and as I mentioned last week, he likes the front end. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And if Campbell gets him there, he's tough to beat. Going to go to the 1, Fernhill General for second. I like the 6, Middleton Terror, off that miscue last week. It cost him. And I'll go to the 3, Blood Money for superfecta players. 4, 1, 6, 3 are my choices from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Vance, we've had some great payouts today. I should be changing my pick and putting Middleton Terror on top. He made that break, spotted them 13 lengths. He rallied late, and he was only beaten 2 and change at the wire. So he could be a nice long shot play right now at 9-1. But I went 4, 5, 2. I do think Time to Dance is going to get to the front. There's some inside speed, but I think Campbell will get him there to the front, and he is really tough to beat, as you say, when he gets to the front end. I think he's going to get there, control things, and go the distance. So I like him for first. I do like the 5, Laugh Again Hanover, and Hughes for second. I'm going to throw in Island Beach Boy and Murner for third. So I like 4, 5, 2, but I got my eye on the outside horse, Middleton Terror, at long odds at 9-1 for my long shot play here. Good luck with your picks here in race 12. pretty good betting board here in our feature preferred 1-5-2 right now. Fern Hill General, he's coming off a win in his second last start there on the front. Island Beach Boy, he's been knocking on the door in his last 3 and was a winner at this level. 4 back, 2-1, 7-1 on Blood Money, close second last week at the preferred 2. 8-5 on Time to Dance. He will be tough to beat. Laugh Again, Hanover. He's been closing up strong in his last 4 starts, racing quite well. He is 5-1 on the board right now. Middleton Terror, as we mentioned, made that miscue just after the word go. Spotted them 13 lengths and rallied first up there to be only beaten 2 1/4 at the wire. And he was a winner 2 back at the 1951 level. 6-1 on Middleton Terrace. If you don't want to play Time to Dance in here, some nice odds on the other 5. We're getting close here in the 12th. This afternoon's feature is rolling up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for race number 12. Upstairs for the call to truck announcer Vance Cameron.
Seems to be all kinds of trouble, Kurt, here to get this one started. This is the second time they're going to turn around here. Well, I'll get the word from the starter, and I'll get the word to you in just a moment. In the 12th race, number 4, Time to Dance. On his way for repairs of a flat tire. So the window's still open and selling for some last-minute 12th race selections.
Okay, you're getting a look at the 4 Time to Dance in there, just changing. Looks like he had a flat tire, Vance announced, so they'll make that switch of the bike, and away he'll go here in just a moment. Thanks for your patience here in race 12. Okay, Vance, it looks like all six are ready to go this time. This take 2 or 3. Send up to you for the call.
I'm going to call it take 3 here, Kurt, as they line up. Feature preferred, rail out. Fernhill General, Island Beach Boy, Blood Money. Time to Dance, Laugh Again, Hanover. Middleton Terror, half a dozen preferred noses moving up to the starting gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Time to Dance leaving out. Fernhill General at the rail. Third one to the turn is Island Beach Boy. Then the fourth one at the rail is Blood Money. Away fifth, Laugh Again Hanover, trailing the field. That'll be Middleton Terror in the early going as they move up the backstretch. Time to Dance. On to the lead for Mark Campbell. Fernhill General set up for the 2-hole ride. Third up the rail is Island Beach Boy. Then in fourth is Blood Money. Racing from fifth is Laugh Again Hanover. And trailing the field, Middleton Terror. So the opening quarter to Time to Dance. Check that one out on this day. Boom! Just like that. Incredible. 27-4 was the quarter. Time to Dance leading it for Campbell. Second is Fernhill General. Third up the rail, Island Beach Boy. Racing from fourth, Blood Money. Then in fifth is Laugh Again Hanover. And trailing the field, Middleton Terror. Halfway home, straight alignment in the feature. Time to Dance wants a breather off a big-time opener. He arrives at the half mile. Wow, did they shut them down? Or did they shut them down? 59 and 1 was the half mile. Over to the 5/8 pole, and it's Time to Dance, the leader. Fernhill General second. Island Beach Boy tipping out third. Blood Money goes fourth. Up fifth on the outside is Middleton Terror. And trailing the field, that is Laugh Again Hanover. They're over to the 3/4. Time to Dance by 2. Island Beach Boy takes second. Third up the rail, Fernhill General. Up fourth on the outside is Middleton Terror. Fifth now, that is Laugh Again Hanover. And up the rail, the trailer, Blood Money. 1:29 and 2 was the 3/4. And they're homeward bound now. Time to Dance trying to see it through. Island Beach Boy on the outside. Middleton Terror. Laugh Again Hanover on the wire next. Time to Dance hangs on with Campbell. Middleton Terror up second. Third, Island Beach Boy. 1:58.4.
Okay, well, that second quarter breather there was the winning move for Campbell here aboard Time to Dance. He has that great gate speed off the gate. He was able to cross over and get to the lead just past the opening 8th pole there. Big quarter, 27-4, but he was able to shut it down there. Half 59 and 1, 129 and 2. Island Beach Boy and Murner, they're going to make a first up bid here, and they raced well here today, but Middleton Terror right on his back is going to get up and get it here for second, but Time to Dance is the winner. The 6 Middleton Terror does get second, and Island Beach Boy raced really well here for Murner. He's going to finish third. Time to Dance does deliver here in the feature as the favorite, 158 and 4 on the off track.
Time to dance, arriving at the 12th race, Winner's Circle. Bay Pacing gelding, 7 years. The son of a rock and roll dance is off the Bettor's Delight Dam, Mystical Gypsy. Owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Ryan McLeod. Bred by Diamond Creek Farm of Pennsylvania. Trained by Brett Campbell. Mark Campbell has his third winner today. He triples up. Time of the mile in 1:58 and 4. Time to dance in the Sunday afternoon feature at Charlottetown. Here's the official results from the 12th race. Fernhill General 5th, Island Beach Boy 3rd. Blood Money was 6th. Time to Dance, the race winner. Laugh Again Hanover 4th. Middleton Terror 2nd. Fractions 27 and 4. 59 and 1. 129 and 2. And the mile 158 and 4. In review, it's 536 142. Time to Dance 320. The exactor $40, the triactor $334.40, superfactor $45.89.
Customers at Red Shores Summerside who wager $20 or more on Red Shores Charlottetown live racing will receive a buy one, get one coupon plus an individual nacho platter coupon for the West End Bar and Grill. And this promotion will run on live racing dates during the months of December and January, and the special O'Brien's race program on February 2nd. This is an exclusive Red Shores Summerside offer only. Five away from the final race of the afternoon, race 13. There's a look at our plays, triactor plays anyway. 2-5-3 for me, 2-1-7 for post time picks, and the classifier's choice is 2-7-5. We also have the super high five here on this 13th race. I'll be back after the post parade with my ticket. And we have our winner in our second chance draw as well, Roy Doucette. Roy Doucette, congratulations. You are a winner on the second chance draw here this afternoon, our final one of the afternoon. You can come on up to the broadcast desk to collect your prize.
The afternoon's 13th, featuring the Super High Fives on Post Parade. Number 1, Cowboy Logic, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson, trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard drives. Sandra Stead of Montague is the owner. Corey McPherson training and driving. Number 2, Evil Vintage. Hamac Augustus 3 is owned by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Kyle Williams, Mark Campbell. Hippie John 4, Kenny Arsenault training and driving for owner Roderick Smith, Inverness, Nova Scotia. 5 is Selkirk Echo, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson. Cheryl and Zach McFarland, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill's Barrio drives. Big Boy Hill number 6, owned by Eric, Taylor, and Luke Much of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes. 7 is Cataparca, owned by Jeremy Hoffman, Linda Livingstone, Jeffrey Campbell, and Kevin Teasdale. Conditioned by Melissa Rennie, and the drive goes to Adam Murner. Only 2 minutes wagering time in race number 13. Kurt will pick up the top contenders, but first here's Kurt and the Super High Five to close it out.
All right, 2 away from race 13. Here's a look at our Super High Five tickets here to close out the final race at Red Shores. I'm going to go 6. No, those aren't the right numbers up on the screen. I'm going to go 2, 5, 3, 1, 4 here in this 13th race. Non-winners of 15:01 last 5 starts. I like Evil Vintage leaving out of post 2 here for Corey McPherson. I'm going to throw that last line right out. He had post 7 interference there around the last turn. He was 7th placed 8, but he's been great prior to that. 4 wins, a 2nd, and a 3rd. There's the right selections for the upcoming 13th race. I like the 2 on top. I like Selkirk Echo for 2nd on my ticket. Gilberto getting the call here for trainer Ron Matheson, a winner 3 back at the 8:51 level. Jumped up to the 15:01 level the last 2 and has raced quite well, so I like him for 2nd. I do like Hamac Augustus and Mark Campbell coming off a win in his latest. He's jumping up in class, but I think he can handle it. And I do like the 1 Cowboy Logic as well. He's another one that's coming off a strong win last time out, but jumping up in class. And the 4 Hippie John as well. He made the jump in class last week and rallied to be 3rd, so he raced well in his last 2. So I look at 2, 5, 3, 1, 4. Good luck with your picks here in the 13th. The finale is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for race 13. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Cowboy Logic, Evil Vintage, Hamac Augustus, Hippie John, Selkirk Echo, Big Boy Hill. Cataparca is outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Sunday afternoon Super High Five finale time. Rough and pacing, Cataparca from the outside. On the rail, Cowboy Logic. Between horses, Evil Vintage. We've got 5 of them leaving out in here. And at the rail, it's Cowboy Logic, the leader. Second, that's Evil Vintage. Racing from third, that's Hippie John. Fourth up the rail is Selker Gecko. Racing fifth between horses, Big Boy Hill. 3 wide and 6, Cataparca. At the rail seventh, Halmack Augustus along the backstretch for the first time, approaching the quarter mile, led by Cowboy Logic for Stephen Shepard. In the 2-hole, that's Evil Vintage. Hippie John found a spot to drop in third. Racing fourth is Selker Gecko. On the move fifth is Big Boy Hill. Cataparca's on the outside 6. And the trailer 7th, Halmack Augustus. 31 and 4 was that opening quarter mile. And Cowboy Logic will lead him towards the half. The backfield comes well in motion. First up on the outside, that's Big Boy Hill now second. Third up the rail is Evil Vintage. Up fourth on the outside is Cataparca. Fifth on the cones, Hippie John. Outside 6, that's Halmack Augustus. And now the trailer is Selker Gecko. The half mile was comfortable. Just 103. Arriving at the 5/8, led by Cowboy Logic. On his back, second is Evil Vintage. Third on the outside, that is Big Boy Hill. Riding the rail fourth is Hippie John. From the outside, fifth is Cataparca. Up the rail 6 is Selker Gecko. And on the outside 7, that is Halmack Augustus. They swing by the 3/4, Cowboy Logic. And the tempo is picked up now. 3/4, 1:33 and 2. On the turn for the final time. And now Evil Vintage strikes the lead with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Cowboy Logic is second. Hippie John third. Selker Gecko fourth. Down the stretch they come, and that's Evil Vintage. From the outside, Hippie John is coming on late. Selker Gecko up the rail. On the wire, Hippie John may have got there on the end of it. He's in a win photo with Evil Vintage, the mile 2:03. Full at.
All right, Cowboy Logic stacking them up around the first turn, and he demanded the front. He got it, and he got nice fractions here down to the half in 1:03. Back half in a minute. Did they ever step it up in the back half of this mile? It looked like Evil Vintage was going to win off a pocket trip, but hot on his tail was the 4, Hippie John, who I think might win in the photo here. Hippie John coming off a win in a third in his last 2. He's going to land on the scene late here. We like these 5 horses in the wrong order, so we'll wait to see the results of the photo here in this 13th race between the 2 and the 4. And I think it is now posted the 4 on top. Hippie John gets it done in the finale.
Hippie John returning from the 13th race, facing gelding 5 better than Cheddar. Off the well-said dam, heads up Hanover, owned by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia, bred by the Salzburg Stables of Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault training and driving the mile 2:03. Hippie John in the super high 5. Here's the official results in the 13th. Cowboy Logic 4th. Evil Vintage 2nd. Almaca Augustus 5th. Hippie John, the race winner. Selkirk Echo 3rd. Big Boy Hill was 7th. Cataparca finished 6th. They went 31-4. 103, 133 2, and the mile in 203. In review, 425, 1376. Hippie John, 1030 to win. The exactor, 2560. The triactor was 9130. The late daily double, 3290, and there'll be a super high five carry over to next weekend. And that'll conclude our live presentation on this day here in Charlottetown. The pari-mutuel handle went $64,310. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.